I address to technical team. Could you please provide us with interpretation? Okay, French is on. Слава, русский перевод есть? Есть ли перевод на английский язык? Все супер. Okay, that's cool. So now let's open the second day of 14th meeting of the Facilitative Working Group. Let's go to the next slide. So today is the second day, and we have a lot of things that should be done today. We planned and organized this day in the manner that allow us to be as interactive as we can. But before we start, I kindly invite the Secretariat for the housekeeping overview.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Hello, everyone. Some quick housekeeping, especially for those joining us today for the first time. Please note that food and drinks are not allowed in the room, so we appreciate you observe the rule. This meeting is being recorded and will be available on demand after the meeting. Live streaming on YouTube is available, so for people who are not registered yet wish to follow the meeting, the YouTube link is there and they can follow the meeting on the live stream. Kindly remind in the theater section designated for FWG 14, so we welcome you here, but please kindly do not enter the other parts of the theater. That's for a different venue. For the small group discussions, we will discuss more later, but the small group discussions that are set on the stage here in the evening, you will have to kindly join the continue the discussions when the member coordination meeting happens in the room. For meeting-related document, you see on the screen there's a QR code that would allow to take you to the meeting page. As meeting-related documents get regularly updated, so it's best that you consult the web page to access the latest document. On the next slide, you will see, for those who are not connected and wish to connect the Wi-Fi, there is Wi-Fi in the room, and the Wi-Fi network is FWG 3, and the password is on the screen. Interpretation services provided. We go to the next slide. And here are the channels and the interpretation services. I wanted to thank the incoming COP30 presidency and the host country for providing arranging Portuguese interpretation services in addition to the official UN languages that the Secretary has arranged in accordance to Decision 14 CB29. For those who are joining us here in the room, we kindly ask the contributors to take the floor when co-chairs open the floor for interventions, and when the co-chairs give you the floor, please come to the stand you see. We will provide mic, and we invite you to speak in a reasonable pace so that the interpreters can provide accurate interpretations. For those who are joining us virtually, co-chairs have instructed us that we are monitoring the virtual participation, so if you wish to take the floor, please use the hand raise functionality, and we will inform the co-chairs accordingly. And if your Wi-Fi or internet bandwidth allows, please turn on the camera so that participants in the room can see you that way. Next slide. This is a gentle reminder that UNFCCC Code of Conduct is applicable to all participants. That include the participant here in the room, FWG members and secretary personnel, so we invite you to adhere to the provisions of the Code of Conduct. And the next slide, you will see yesterday the FWG decided to adopt a series of care principles which operationalize some of those Code of Conduct that include invite everyone to speak with care, listen with care, practice awareness and humility, and ensure inclusive and accessible participation, and then finally to focus on value bridge the diverse knowledge systems. Recognize that addressing climate change requires all the best knowledge available. On the next slide, you will see an overview of, this is the schedule of work, and some of you might have seen this already. These are available on the meeting page, and the next slide is the final slide on housekeeping or overview of the day. Today you will go over a series of agenda items related to the Baku work plan, collective approaches, and on that note, I hand the floor back to Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Chad, for this brilliant overview of housekeeping things. So now we will go to the reflection from the day one. And for those who joined us only today, I kindly ask all FWG members to share their reflections, starting from Ricardo, and saying your name and region, and maybe your role in FWG. I mean, like Ricardo, region, and IP members, for example, and then your reflections. I think it's very important because during the intersessional online virtual meetings, we had a lot of questions how people from the region can join the platform. And that's why it's very important to understand who on this panel can help you based on the same region. So Ricardo, please, the floor is yours.
Gracias. Muy buenos días.
Thank you so much. Good morning, brothers, sisters, and colleagues. I would also like to welcome all the participants attended in person. Yesterday, we had a very fruitful day. We managed to make significant and effective progress on the reflection that we seem to be finding some ground principles in this group. We also reflected on the need to make sure that those that have traveled from very far may actually feel that their participation is effective, that the work of the platform makes sense, and that we're constantly seeking different mechanisms to strengthen participation and engagement to make sure that everyone is heard. Yesterday, we also decided to maintain a space of unity to make sure that this dialogue and this forum remains inclusive and respectful. And there are a couple of issues that we have identified as key and that are going to be discussed at the priority setting meeting in February. Birin.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you, Ricardo, for those reflections. My name is Biren Hooper. I realize now that I didn't introduce myself yesterday when I spoke. Is that good? Yeah. I got in trouble for speaking too loudly the other day. So, sorry. So my name is Biren Hooper. I'm from the Bundjalung people on the east coast of Australia. But I'm here as a government party representative working for Australian government. I'm here as the representative on the Western Europe and others group region. I think we made good, we did well to make it through the agenda yesterday, and thank you to members and contributors for your contributions to that, and to enable us to get through to what I see as the real strength of the FWG is the small group discussions and bringing your contributions into the platform. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Victoria.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Kutok-Bushman, and I am the Arctic Region Representative for Indigenous Peoples. Yesterday, I think we were really able to lay the foundations for everybody to understand what the platform does, but like both of these members have said. I really look forward to hearing more about, for example, like the projects that you have and the work that you do at a very individual and community and organizational level. So in the small groups today, I really hope that we will be able to hear more from you in respect to those things, as well as the way that you want some of that work to be reflected also under the items that are specific to our mandate. So I look forward also to hearing from you. And thanks very much.
Thank you, Victoria. Kind remind that Victoria represents Arctic region, which cover more than few countries. So please free to address to Victoria. Slava.
Hello, everybody. My name is Vyacheslav Shad. I am Grand Chief of Yukagir people from the Arctic shore of Russia. Let me speak on Russian. Please take your heads. Вчера у нас был вступительный день.
Yesterday, we had an introductory day. We talked about Baku work plan. Today, we will have more detailed, more detailed day. And yesterday, we adopted our care principles, which will help us in our further work of the FWG and will help us all to talk from the same position.
Thank you, Slava. Robert.
Very good morning to you all. Good morning. It's just the second day, so don't worry. Yes, my name is Robert. I'm from the Pacific region as the indigenous representative of the Pacific region. And yes, the reflection I would say that I would take away from yesterday and today, and I think so towards the rest of the sessions, is looking at our collective approach, the 6 collective approaches that we mentioned yesterday. And remember, it's a collective approach. So we have these discussions that we're going to break through, and it's collective. When it's collective means it's not just the approach of the FWG members, it's our approach. That's why we call it the collective approach. So this is an important time that we all contribute to these approaches so that we do reflect what you want us to do on your behalf. And that's how we take it forward from here. So I think the previous cohort gave a good name to call it a collective approach because it's collective of everyone, indigenous and local community. So I think we make a good use of our time, and in the words of Victoria, it's mentioning whatever projects or whatever work you've done in your individual communities or in your regions. I think it's an important time to collect this and put it as our way forward, and probably send it over to parties to see that what we can do together as local communities and indigenous people platform. And again, I thank you all, and from yesterday, I really like the tone and how people were respectful of each other's boundaries, and I hope we maintain this throughout the session till the end, and also within the COP sessions next week. So again, Kampesindaba.
Thank you.
Hello, my relatives. I'm Janine Yazi. I am the representative for the North America region. I come from the Dene people in the southwestern so-called United States. And I also have the honor to being your co-chair. And my reflections from day one are that I'm glad we made it through despite everyone being so tired and arriving directly from the airport. I was one of those people. I agree with my colleagues about the progress that has been made, but I especially appreciate the care in which participants brought their interventions to the floor, and I look forward to more of that happening today.
Thank you, Janine. Rafik.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Happy to be with you this morning. And I am Rafik Aini from Tunisia. I am representing Africa. It's a huge continent with 54 countries. So you imagine the hard work to do with our local communities and indigenous peoples and small farmers. We are counting on your responsiveness and effective contributions to move things forward in the right direction and for the good of all of us. Thank you very much.
Rafik, thank you very much for your reflections. And before I give the floor to Kitty Sack, I kindly ask the Secretariat to check whether we have Aisha too and Azin, maybe they also want to intervene. Kitty Sack, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kitty Sack. My family name is a bit long, I hope you can remember. Yeah, I am representative from the Asia region. Yeah, my reflection from yesterday, those who already participated yesterday, the main content is more on the organizational matters and also on the information sharing. I think that's a good way to pave the way. We get ready for day 2. So I think today we have more discussion and more interactive contribution on the issue that we're going to discuss, in particular on the collective approach 1 to 6. Thank you.
Kitty Sack, thank you very much. I will continue in Russian. Please prepare your headset. And I will give a little bit time to relax for Russian interpreters. Добрый день, очень рада вас всех видеть. Меня зовут
Hello, I am happy to see all of you. I am Agrafena Kotova. I am from Buryatia. And in FWG, I work as a government representative. I'm a party representative. And as regards my reflections about yesterday's first day of our conference, I'd like to make a step backwards and to remind you that these are the difficult times. More and more often we have climate crisis. All around the world there are conflicts and crises. So it is hard to be moderating an international event at this period. So I'd like to thank you, all of you, my colleagues and participants in the room, for supporting our principles that yesterday we all spoke with care and listened with care. Thank you. Let's continue in the same vein today.
I hope the translation to your languages is completed. And now I'm giving the floor to the virtual participants. Azin, the floor is yours. Okay, so for the sake to saving time, let's. She doesn't want to take the floor. He's not feeling well. Maybe so. Yeah, okay. So So we will proceed. And now I open the floor to reflection from the room. Please feel free to raise your hands and go to the standing mics. And when you will share your reflection, please tell your name, your region, and an organization which you represent.
Not too fast.
Thank you. Please feel free.
Oi, bom dia. Meu nome é Maria Edinalva.
Hello, good morning. My name is Maria Edinalva Ribeiro da Silva. I am from the interstate movement of the Babaçu coconut shellers. I represent the state of Tocantins, Pará, Maranhão, and Piauí. I would like to reflect on yesterday. Our work is being very important. But yesterday we have received a very bad piece of news. They murdered two women from our woman of the coconut shellers movement here in the region of the state of Pará, in the municipality of Marabá. These were two women that were raped and murdered. They had their necks slit and they were raped. At a COP where the lives of human beings are being discussed and their fight and struggle for survival, and also the fight for more decent climate for all human beings. And what they are doing to us, women, especially rural women and coconut shellers, for me, it's a barbarity. In the middle of a COP, two women, coconut shellers, being murdered. And what were they doing? They were collecting coconuts to break them for their livelihood and survival, and they were brutally murdered. That is what I would like to contribute.
Thank you so much. I see the next reflection. Please, your name, organization.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. My name is Dina Hu from the Mesoamerican Alliance for Forests. We work with more than 6 countries in the Mesoamerican region. And for us, the ability to participate in this platform once more is very significant because even though our region is very small, it preserves great biodiversity, and our peoples have their own projects promoted by their own ancestral and traditional practices. So we jointly work and collaborate with our brothers and sisters from local communities and indigenous peoples, and that is where the success lies for the richness in our culture from Guatemala to Mexico. And I wanted to thank and congratulate the leaders that are today on stage, because I think that there is a new generation and a new reality that it is strongly impacting our territories. And the fact that the different voices are integrated and listened to is an advantage and a benefit to our territories. So I'm glad that we are prioritizing dialogue and that we are open to listen to other voices, as in the case of local communities. As indigenous peoples, we work together with them in our territories, and in the increase in criminalization and murder against our people and the face of climate crisis, we need today to prioritize unity. Far from our differences and respecting our own processes, recognizing the spaces of each of us, we still need to defend forest, our livelihood, so that we can also uphold and defend the privileges that we have as humankind. I also want to congratulate women, because I know it is a challenge for indigenous women to participate and to raise our voices, and to especially to fill in the gaps and that the chauvinism has created for us. And I want to commend my sisters and colleagues that are there and encourage them. I hope it will be a very productive activity that yields the best results. And I hope that we can bring all the rich knowledge to the COP30. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Do we have next reflections? Okay. Okay. Yes, Robert, the floor is yours.
Sorry, co-chair. And just building up on what a colleague from, sister from Mesoamerica talked and gave her intervention. I think you mentioned something on leaders up here on the stage. Please do not look at us as leaders. We are here as facilitators to facilitate whatever you get to bring to us on the table, regardless of local communities of indigenous people. We are more like servants than leaders to serve the needs of the platform. And so always keep that in mind. Do not see us as leaders sitting up here. No, we are here to facilitate and serve what you bring to us so that we take it to places where, in other spaces within the UNFCCC. The other one is my condolences to a colleague from Para and the women who have gone through the atrocities done. Our sincere condolences to their families and what has happened. It's a shame that these things happen, and we are with them in spirit and your struggle, and this is something that's important that we are here for, to ensure that such things are known. And again, our sincere condolences to your community and the women in your area for what has happened. And again, just on that, please always see us as your facilitators to serve whatever you bring to us, because that's our mandate, right? Not to lead you in any way. Okay, so please tell us whatever you want to say, how we're going to do it. That's what we're here for. Okay, and again, I thank you all this morning.
Thank you, Robert. Actually, I thought that you will share the information about your project, which protect women's rights in the climate crisis circumstances. But now you know. So so he can share this experience how to implement and find the finance for such a projects. So now I give the floor to Janine.
Thank you. I also wanted to reiterate the commitment of us being facilitators of a space that is inclusive and safe. And I don't want to, what our sister shared about the reality of the woman that's being faced for merely collecting and husking coconuts for their livelihoods to be lost in our conversations, because so many people here are bringing similar stories of that type of danger that is happening in our communities in real time that directly impacts and affects the safety of our women and our knowledge holders. And for that reason, we need to also make sure and be respectful that in spaces that we create here, our people feel safe to share their knowledge and to share their stories in a way that is inclusive and in a way that honors those realities. And so, like our brother here from the Pacific said, we are here to respond to your needs and to facilitate those processes so that you can share in a way that makes you feel safe, that makes you feel heard, that protects your rights, and that also is creating a bridge and sharing the knowledge that is needed for all of us to work together to address climate change. And I thank our sister for sharing that and updating us on what is happening here in these lands and in real time within this region, because that's a reality that we have to carry as we conduct our work here, and why we are so committed to CARE principles and ensuring that we facilitate and moderate this process in a way that makes all feel included and everyone protected in the information that they're sharing so that we can work together effectively. Yeah.
Janine, thank you. Do we have any reflections from the room, from the panel? Once again, thank you very much to all contributors, to all reflections. Kind remind that yesterday we had some technical issues. However, we managed to do what was planned for today's day. And here is a good time to say thanks to our technical team, and I hope that together we will adapt on everything in our collaborative manner. So now let's go to the next agenda item. So the next agenda item is 5R, Collaborative Approach 1, Gathering of Knowledge Holders. Next slide, please. For those who joined us only today, on this slide you can see what means this collective approach. And in simple words, it means that we should organize an annual gathering of knowledge holder. We should hold the annual dialogue with parties and also conduct the informal contributors briefing. Of course, we have some deliverables for this collective approach and planned outcomes. You can see that co-leads for this collective approach are Victoria Kutuk-Bushman, Slava Shadrin, Kitty Sack, and I. So I invite my fellow co-leads to comment on this collective approach. And next slide, please. Yes, Victoria, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Yes, if there are those of you in the room who have been to our annual gathering of knowledge holders at the COP before, it is a very, very nice event. It is actually the highlight of my participation at the COPs. It's where we bring all of the knowledge holders that we have brought to contribute to this particular collective approach, but it very much feeds into the other aspects of the LCIPP. This is where we all come together to share our knowledge and insights as Indigenous peoples, and for this year also as local communities. So all of the co-leads up here who have been involved in this have worked very hard in putting together the agenda, and we have a number of very interesting topics I think that we will discuss this year. And this comes in part from some of the strategizing we have done as co-leads, but also it's informed by a lot of the work that is happening across conventions as well. In terms of coherence with the Rio Convention, there will be an item that is specific to the intersection of climate and biodiversity. There will be a section that is specific to Indigenous knowledge and our worldviews as a part of the convention. There will be a section on just transition, which has been a very big topic for us for the last few years. And there will be a section that is very specific to Indigenous knowledge, local knowledge, and youth as a part of the work of the convention. This is just a side note, but we are talking about the annual gathering of knowledge holders. It's a full day event. And this last section that includes a discussion around the youth elements, there will be the following day a 7th generation roundtable that will be more focused on youth and intergenerational exchange. We have also, as a part of this work, conducted an informal contributors brief, which has helped, I think, a lot of people who will contribute to the platform, and also the knowledge holders that we have invited to participate as under this mandated event. And lastly, we have this all-day event, which has sort of been organized as an internal coordination meeting. So that means that very primarily it will be Indigenous peoples and local communities, and then ourselves as the platform who will be in that space. But there will also be a dialogue with parties. So all of the information that is shared will be compiled, and there will be further ability to discuss some of those issues with state party members, members of constituted bodies, and other individuals on the Friday, which is the 15th. 14th. Yes, so this is just a small overview of what has happened in the last 6 months and what we're expecting next week. And I leave it to the other co-leads for additional information and sharing. Thank you.
Victoria, thank you. Slava, Kitisak, who are co-leads of this activity, do you want to intervene?
I'll speak on Russian. Please use your headphones. Хотел сказать, что
I'd like to say, please, let's get back to the general plan slide. We had 2 preparatory meetings where we gave information to our participants. On the 21st and 23rd of October, we gave information about our platform and our activities. Now we are preparing next step, an event during COP30. I think it will be well organized, it will be fruitful, and our last 2 tasks, first to make a review of these events about which Victoria talked, and to promote the deliverables, the ideas which will be voiced during these events, and to promote it within FWG and in other UNFCCC bodies.
As one of the co-leads, I want to draw your attention to these slides with some examples what participants of these informal contributor briefings was raised like key issues or questions. And all these messages will be taken in our work on our strategic priority setting meetings. So it means that everything that you wrote, for example, in Mentimeter, we will take into account and we will handle with it with care. Kitisak, if you want, the floor is yours. Kitisak also one of the co-leads for Collective Approach 1. The floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, just to add on what Victoria and Slava already mentioned, on the collective approach one. Yeah, in practice at the regional level, yeah, we convene a meeting to nominate our knowledge holders. Yeah. So yeah, we identify one indigenous knowledge holder, women indigenous knowledge holder, and men knowledge holder and youth knowledge holder. So yeah, that for our internal preparation, and I think they are ready to contribute, and they are coming in a few days' time. Yeah. So just to add on that, the preparation at the regional level also quite important, and then the support from our colleagues who are here, like from the Philippines, from the Nepal. Yeah, I think that's quite interesting, and a collective work at the regional level. Yeah, I believe that the other region also have been the same preparation at the regional and country level to assist the knowledge holder, because they are quite new to the process, but they have a lot of knowledge to share. Yeah, that's just what to add on. Thank you.
Thank you, Kitisak. So now let's go to the collective approach 3. So the next agenda item is 5C. And this agenda item is about collective approach 3, which calls 7th Generation Roundtable. It's very important to ensure seamless transition of knowledge. And that's why we consider this collective approach as one of the key in the Baku work plan. And I invite co-leads for this approach, Ricardo, Eshitu, Victoria, Cozier, to comment on this collective approach. Kindly ask you to speak loud, slowly, for the sake of the qualitative interpretation.
Gracias, copresidenta. He tenido el honor.
Thank you, co-chair. I have had the honor of participating in this collective approach number 3, together with my sisters Victoria and Ashatu and my brother Cozier. As it was mentioned, this has a very specific approach. It is focused on 3 activities with 3 very specific outcomes. This roundtable of the 7th generation is based on the principle of safeguarding the well-being of the 7th generation. That is to say, thinking about how our actions today have an impact on the well-being and the future of 7 generations ahead. And it also seeks to elevate intergenerational perspectives. And we had a series of intense preparatory actions with this collective approach number 3. We included a series of webinars or virtual reunions to engage indigenous youth and people from local communities, also designing a balanced regional agenda. And on the 25th and on the 26th of September, some activities were held in Spanish, some in English and French and Russian. And as a goal, we seek to normalize or standardize the seventh generation approach in the convention, and that is why we are seeking to produce recommendations and a compilation of knowledge, serving as a basis for actions thinking about 2026 and the next work plan. And we want to continue deepening our understanding of the seventh generation table regarding particularly the Paris Agreement, and as it was mentioned in the previous collective approach, in this workshop, we worked with Mentimeter, and we have been able to extract a series of key elements that emerged to help us prepare the agenda. Maybe Victoria would like to complement a little bit and add to this.
Yes, thank you, Ricardo. These youth consultations were extremely fruitful. I think we actually had a very large number of youth who were able to participate from all over the world, and it was really encouraging to see that kind of participation in an online UN consultation. We also received a lot of input on what they thought should be on the agenda for the discussion topics. And in reflecting on those pieces that were provided to us in those consultations, we actually found that a lot of the issues that they wanted tabled very much aligned with the ideas around non-economic loss. So the expert group on non-economic loss, which is under the WIM-EXCOM, the Executive Committee on Loss and Damage, will be a formal invited body to the seventh generation roundtable, and many of the discussion questions are very much in line with this idea of non-economic loss. And just for anybody in the room who is not aware of what non-economic loss is, it's, for example, under climate change, it is the loss of our knowledge, of our language, of our relationships, of things that are irreplaceable and cannot be ascribed monetary value. And indigenous peoples specifically are recognized as a part of the definition of non-economic loss. This seventh generation roundtable, as the name implies, actually does come from an indigenous concept, the 7 generations, which means that we have to have this long-term planning for climate, as Ricardo has mentioned. But it is a bit unique and special that seventh generation as an indigenous concept is recognized in our work plan as in its own way. I think that's where I'll leave it here. Is Esha 2 online?
Thank you, dear colleagues of Collective Approach 3. Now we go to the agenda item 5B. This is one of the most challenging activity on the platform because one of the main idea of platform and of facilitative working groups is to make something sensible on the ground. That's why we should convene at least 2 regional or bi-regional gathering per year. And as it mandated UNFCCC event, there are a lot of conditions that should be implemented. And in this activity, we do not, we have co-leads, which is Kitty Sack and Benjamin. However, as we have represented in the beginning of this day, we have regional representatives who are responsible, of course, for the regional gathering or bi-regional gathering in their country or in their region. What I can say as a representative of Russian Federation, like with the Russian regime, let's say, we are trying to plan something to somehow push it forward, regardless that there are some special circumstances that make our work hard. And now I invite Slava to comment on what we tried to do.
I'll speak on Russian. Please use your headphones.
Unfortunately, due to the political situation in our region, we did not have regional gatherings for 3 years. That's why we had a few meetings, negotiations with official bodies and with representatives of indigenous peoples from our region, at which we decided that we will have two main approaches to resolve this issue. One of the approaches is that such gathering can be organized not in Russia, but in one of the countries of our region. Or second approach, this gathering can be organized together with some other region, maybe with Asia. So we need to talk about this issue. These are preliminary approaches, but in both cases it will need additional financial resources. But now we are at the stage of negotiations.
Thank you very much, Slava. What else can we report on you regarding this collective approach is our participation in NAP Expo. I will invite Robert, and before I give you floor, I just want to express my gratitude to the Zambian governments. It was amazing event. It was amazing culturally, substantively, and how different experts from different areas were collected. For example, in one event on National Adaptation Plan project was invited not only, how to say, scientists or party representative. There was party representative, scientists, media, NGO, and it was very interesting approach. Robert, the floor is here.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. If I could ask the Secretary just to bring up the slide. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I will get away from my seat so that I can explain more on what I presented on our behalf at the National Expo with Co-Chair Agripina. Victoria talked earlier about non-economic losses, and this was something that we presented there. And this, I'm apological. I apologize that, sorry, I only had resources from the Pacific because this is one of the research we conducted in the Pacific. So it was on the Pacific girls in a changing climate. And it was done to get information from the Pacific girls, a research done by them. And then we looked at aspect on, sorry it's not clear, you can have the presentation afterwards. But it looked at, we look at adaptation, right, and the impacts of climate change is multidimensional. That was the theme as your indigenous rep went to the expo. We say that the impacts of climate change is multidimensional, it's not linear. Right, so what we get out of that from the young girls from the region, and it was done in Fiji, Kiribati, the country I mean, the Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, Tonga, FSM, where the girls started talking about how anxiety is increasing because of the impact of climate change and how the girls are impacted from water. They're not having proper water, clean water for sanitary. So this was what we presented on non-economic losses initiative. And sorry, I don't know if you can see this properly, but based on the research that was done, the girls themselves implemented projects in the schools and communities. So when they talk about water being an issue, they donated water tanks to the schools. They were able to secure fundings. When they talk about sea level rise and the impact of sea level rise, they went out with students and started planting mangroves to protect the shorelines. They couldn't afford building a seawall, but what they could do was plant mangroves. And it's the same with farming, and this is on traditional knowledge right at the bottom, where they're learning how to preserve food, fish. Traditional knowledge that is disappearing. So that's all part of non-economic losses that Victoria is talking about. And just one thing I want to bring to our attention here is non-economic losses is something that we discussed yesterday with our colleagues, is something that's uncharted by even parties. They prefer loss and damage because they can add value and monetary value to it, but not economic losses. I think that's an important aspect where we as indigenous and local communities come in, because we do not put monetary value on our indigenous knowledge, our environment. And I think this is something we're trying to push here forward, that if we take the lead in non-economic losses for our indigenous communities and indigenous people and local communities, we have a lot. And so maybe next time when we present, I hope that we get more resources, and this is the time when we break out in groups, that we get more resources from all of you, so that we input it in our presentation every time we go to different platforms, so that we get attention from parties and donors, that we could assist our local communities and indigenous people. So with that, I think if anything Agrafina wants to add, and I think there was a video that I showed, just a short video, don't worry. Based on the project, we are able to get money that the young girls are implementing in schools. So sorry if the volume is not there, but basically, Kiribati is one country that does not have proper soil. So the young girls are now going through innovative ideas to use hydroponics and vertical gardens to ensure food security for the next generation. And they're implementing it in schools. All this will be made available to you guys, to everyone, and when we go to breakout sessions, more contributions from you would mean a lot more that we could present on behalf of the platform. And with that, I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Robert. I will not comment because I don't want to stay between participants and coffee break. But before the coffee break, I want to focus us on our task, which is small group discussion. So we should start at 10. Okay, Kitisak, your comment on collective approach to.
Okay, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Actually, I also participated in one of the bi-regional gathering, like Asia, Africa, many years back in Chad. I think that's also quite useful in terms of exchange knowledge from between different regions, because Africa they have another context, and in Asia also we have another context. I think it's kind of interesting exchange learning, but also a lot of challenging as well. Yeah, I think that the first challenging is about the UN safety and security. Yeah, I think that one also implies in the country where they want to host the event, and another one you need to get the acceptance or from the country government that want to host the event. In Asia, I think probably I just like to invite my colleague from the Philippines to share a little bit, because they also have a discussion with the Philippines government in terms of hosting the Asia regional gathering. But I don't know how far it goes. Yeah, maybe Grace or Helen can share with us a little bit on that initiative. Yeah.
Kitisak, thank you very much. And before we go to the item about small group discussions, I would like to express my gratitude for those FWG members who made a hard work intercessionally. We have a lot of colleagues, we have a lot of to do. However, I would like to make a kind reminder, if you are, dear FWG member, if you are a colleague for one of the collective approach, please contribute. And those who made it, thank you very much. Now it's time to remind on fact-checking, because in 2 papers I have different time for coffee break. And good news is that coffee break will start at 10:30. So now we will continue our work. Next slide, please. Please raise your hand who has already participated in small group discussions. Oh, we have plenty experienced people. Kitisak, I was informed that we have one of participants who can add to what you shared.
Well, actually, I just want to update the preparation at the regional level. Like Philippines government, they are they have potential to host the event at the Asia level. So I just like to invite my colleagues from Asia to update us on that status. Yeah.
Of course, we have time, and we will definitely give the floor.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Yeah.
Grace, the floor is yours. I'm sure that your intervention will be great.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Just to update, because it was mentioned in the plan that it will be in the first quarter of 2026 for the Asia Regional Gathering of Knowledge Holders. But we have been discussing this with the concerned government agencies, and it was just last month that we have some discussions, and they suggested to have it around October 2026. So that's just to update you on this. And this is because of course, the bureaucratic processes internally within ministries or departments within the Philippines, and they have to have a more united agreement before they will submit the letter of intent to the UNFCCC Secretariat. So that will come later next year. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much for your update. Before I proceed, do we have any reflection, intervention, updates from the room? Okay. Let's go then to the, yes, the floor is your name, organization, and then intervention.
Buen día. Buenos días. Primeramente, mi nombre es Onel Inanadinia Mazardule. Soy del pueblo Cuna.
First and foremost, I am Unel Inadaminia Moserdule. I am from the Kuna people, and I'm here today representing the International Council of Indigenous Treaties. Since I have been involved in different groups of the facilitating working groups, I've compiled a series of recommendations for facilitators. First and foremost, since we are here in Brazil and we've made a decision to give some space to our Portuguese-speaking brothers and sisters. In the past, there was no interpretation, but now we've decided to make sure that they have their own space to share their experience and knowledge. And now that we're focused on the Baco work plan and the 6 collective approaches that we're about to discuss today. Another issue that I would like to bring up is that in the past, based on my little experience, there used to be only one person representing the local communities for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. But now that we're here in Brazil, we have a much greater turnout. Therefore, there's going to be a greater synergy, but differences remain on different topics and approaches. For instance, when we're talking about knowledge exchange, we may be referring to something completely different from what they have to offer. And in terms of the 6 collective approaches on the work plan, we can also have different viewpoints. I would also like to highlight that there are technical experts that do not belong to an indigenous people or a local community, but they are also participating. And the ultimate purpose is for us to co-design this work plan from our world vision as indigenous peoples. So I don't know what is the role of these technical experts, whether they are going to be given the voice to advise us or whether they are going to be on an equal footing. I believe this is everything, but from our small group, I'm going to try to make a contribution in terms of improvements to be introduced to the 2015-2017 Baku work plan. Thank you.
Gracias, amiga. And I think it's good time to express gratitude to co-presidency and Mr. Marco Cabral, who engaged with us on behalf of incoming presidency. The reality is that we have 6 UN languages, and budget is provided only for these 6 languages. And it's great to have one extra interpretations. And thank you again. So now, do we have any other intervention, or we will go to the small group discussion point? Okay, please feel free to intervene during the day. So now you can see on this slide, first of all, QR code. We encourage you and we are trying to inspire you to be as sustainable as we can, and please use your gadget to have an access to the templates. We have templates on how many languages? In all UN languages and in Portuguese. And in the table you can see possible facilitators. You can see what languages we have on the panel. So we have English speaking, Russian speaking, French speaking, Spanish speaking FWG members. I would like to kindly ask, raise your hand. So English speaking facilitators, Victoria, Berin, Kitisak, Robert, Janine, Benjamin. So if you are English speaking person, please feel free to pick up this facilitator and work together. Or you can make self-organization for your small group discussion. Russian speaking facilitators are Slava and me. Rafik is only one who can parler français. And Spanish, Ricardo. So now you can see all languages on the panel. Please feel free to turn to us. And also, if you want a Portuguese speaking group, please define your, how to say, facilitator who was be responsible to send the filled-in template to the LCIPP at UNFCCC Int. It's very important to do it for the first part of this day, because on the second part of the day, we will have another small group discussions. And also, it's very important for us to have your reflections and results of small group discussions in the written form. Then we can be sure that everything is fixed and written correctly. Next slide, please. Do you have pick the QR code? Okay, we will repeat it later. Okay, next slide, please. So, for the first round of small group discussions, we have following questions. So this is the question regarding free collective approaches. 1, 2, 3. So gathering of knowledge holder, regional engagement, 7th generation roundtable. And question are, what aspects of the LCIPP annual gathering of knowledge holders have worked well? And how can inclusivity and participation be improved? The second question, which thematic areas have been most impactful and which could be further explored or deepened? The third question, how have these gatherings contributed to the work across the UNFCCC, and what key priorities should be advanced in 2026-2027? Question regarding collective approach to regional engagement. What specific outcomes would make a regional or bi-regional gathering most impactful for your community? Second question, how can be a regional or bi-regional gathering and related annual dialogue be organized to amplify the engagement of indigenous peoples and local communities in the UNFCCC process? Question to collective approach 3, which is 7th generation roundtable. What specific concept or practices in your context promote intergenerational continuity and responsibility? The last but not the least question is, how do such concepts or practices, such as the 7th generation principles, inspire climate action and policy? All these questions you will see in templates on your language. So now let me check the time. So, and now I invite the Secretariat to provide us the guidance where you can sit and make your small group discussions.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I'll invite my colleague Supriya to provide some details. Thanks.
We have 7 spaces set up for the small group discussions. Behind the stage, there are 3 areas that you'll find. There are 2 areas right here next to the screen, 1 and 2. And then if you take the stairs up from here, so if you take these stairs up and these stairs up, you'll find 2 other areas where you'll find a flip chart and bunch of chairs put in. Since I have the mic, I'll just remind everyone that we do have a coffee break in between the small group discussion. The coffee break goes on from 10:30 to 11. So please feel free to go to the coffee break area between your session to get some regional snacks and coffee.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and my colleague Supriya. Just one thing to note, for the small group discussion set up on the stage, the only way to access the group area is through here, but because there are chairs and the monitor, so when you proceed to the group area, please do with care. And I encourage that you don't use this side because we have a lot of tech set up, and it's just better to not use that space. So with that, I hand the mic back to Co-Chair, and I also see some hands on the floor.
Thank you for giving the guidance. I see, Marco, the floor is yours.
Muito obrigado. Eu queria só anunciar que vai ter grupo em português também.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to tell you that we will have a group in Portuguese as well, led by Luciana Salles from the Ministry of the Environment.
Am I correct that you or colleague from the ministry will facilitate Portuguese-speaking group? So that's cool. Thank you very much. You know, it's amazing to see how many volunteers we can meet on all this international meeting. It's a very collaborative spirit. On this point, before we end this part of our meetings, I kindly remind you, so please be back to report at 11:45. Yeah, so now let's begin the small group discussion, maybe have a cup of coffee. We are not staying between you and your coffee.
Hello, everyone. Ricardo asked us a good question. So the spaces are set up outside, but there isn't a designated space as this is English or Portuguese. So please proceed to use the. Okay. Oh, English is back here. Okay. Oh, the back groups here are English groups are taking the backstage here. So those who are Spanish speaking or Portuguese speaking, French, please use the spaces up front or outside. There are two. Obrigado.
Bom dia, pessoal do grupo de português, pode ficar no auditório.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you from the Portuguese group, you can stay in the auditorium. We will have our discussions in here.
Yes, I'm in doubt. I will negotiate. Colegas do grupo de português, a sala será
Colleagues from the Portuguese group, our room will be going up the stairs to the right of the stage. Going up the stairs to the right of the stage.
I hear some people saying that the volume of this is too high and interfere when they want to listen to that. But interrupt your message. The interpreter's message that says the volume is too low. So oh, really? Yes. For them? So they need to... I heard some people saying that it's too high. That's why because they need to dial... Yeah, but they need to dial down the volume on their own. Because if they...
Are they hearing it through the headphones or are they hearing it through
No, using headphones. The headphone volume is controlled by themselves. But they said that it's because they listen in the room also, and it's not. Ah, okay. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'll make it.
Yeah. All right.
Ok. Est-ce qu'il y a des participants français pour parler français? For people speaking French here, please.
We have French-speaking people.
Yeah, so many. There is no so many people. Ah, we are too. Yeah. French. No one.
Bon, Monsieur Dab, donc maintenant on va aller déjeuner. Et puis on doit revenir. On doit revenir à 2 heures de l'après-midi. Et on vous invite aussi à envoyer
Gentlemen,
votre...
we need to go for lunch now, and we will resume at 2 p.m. So we need to send your report to the following address, please.
Bueno, colegas, les invitamos a que ahora vamos a hacer la pausa del almuerzo. Debemos volver todos a las 2 de la tarde. Se invita a que envíen el relato de las conversaciones aquí al email que está ahí. Será necesario que se limite a 5 minutos la habla sobre el relato del grupo de trabajo. Colegas, então nós vamos almoçar agora.
The translation, because that's why you should be. I can translate. Right now, they were a little bit glitchy, but we're breaking for lunch. We'll come back to. But the interpreter is not here. Yeah, no, tech issue, technical issue.
So, we're gonna make another test.
It's not beer, it's kava from Fiji. So one of the Fiji came and then I just didn't drink it after drinking it for too long. So I finished after 2. It's not alcohol, it's sort of something to drink. You tried it before, Kama?
Eu acho que é coisa nossa aqui. Mas é bom estar com a gente só um pouquinho.
Oh, agree. But yeah, it's upsetting. It's not. We could go for a walk. Go outside.
How do cover work? Okay.
So he was sitting there, because I have to get stand up, and I thought there was a came and came and it's
I'm so sorry.
no, we can dance. Yeah. Open your mouth. Let's go there.
Som. Alô, teste. Reverb. Som, teste, alô. Um, dois, testando, palco, hora do almoço. Alô, som. Som, alô, teste, acabou. Yes. É que a saída dela vai mandar o do vídeo. Eu vou fechar o micro. Alô, teste, som, um, dois, testando, ok. Thank you. Aí eu te passei as coisinhas para imprimir. São dois arquivinhos de papel. Dois de cada. Acho que pode ser um só de cada. O outro é o banco. E agora, só falta descobrir por que eles não recebem nosso áudio, né? Alô, teste, som. Ok?
University in Australia. I'm one of the technical experts and one technical background for the global governance adaptation. Today, I will be talking about the educated development process, highlighting the
Okay, everybody's listening very well. That's all. Thank you, guys. See you after lunch.
I know there should be 2 from the English groups. Oh, I don't think it needs to be written. It just needs to be sent to the LCIPP. Russian rapporteurs here, I see. I hope the minutes, the templates were sent in to the LCIPP. Is interpretation working? Let's make sure everything is running smoothly before we officially get started. Oh. Interpretation, testing, testing. Testing interpretation. Who's on channel 4?
Testing English channel, interpretation, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing English channel.
Interpretation, testing, Russian, are you there? Okay. Okay, I checked all the channels, so make sure. All right, interpretation's going. Did we get, how many did we get? We have notes from 3 groups. We are missing the notes from Spanish, the Spanish group, and from the Russian group. Oh, is there? And from Rafiq, the French group. Rafiq and Marco. Okay, I hope everyone has enjoyed their lunch and got the sustenance that they need. We will now be hearing back from the small groups. As mentioned before the break, we will be giving 4 minutes to each group to report back. That may not be enough time to cover all your recommendations, which is why it's important to send in the notes from the different groups to the Secretariat. Our FWG members will read those notes and be able to take out the wisdom and the recommendations that were provided in those discussions. I understand there were very rich discussions, and so we want to make sure we have access to that information. But for now, we just want you to each report back and share out with everyone else what were some of the main points of discussion that came up in your small groups. And so with that, may we have a volunteer to take the floor first? An incentive for shy speakers may be that the later you do your report back, the more people there'll be in the room. So could we have a volunteer to report back first? And Agrafina is ready to take your time. I mean, is our time limit for the first speaker? So could we hear from one of the small groups? Okay, it looks like Russia will be our brave face.
Мы нялтытын тынгейся, дорога сюаруня. Спасибо, что я впервые приглашена как носитель традиционных знаний.
Thank you for being invited
as a traditional knowledge holder, as a representative of the far north people, which counts a little over 600 persons. And I'd like to say that we invite every party to actively to engage in an active partnership, to take part actively in the developing and implementing of climate action, to recognize all the rights, to create a common mechanism for climate action. And the platform provided the meeting with other peoples from the world. We see that we are not alone. We have a platform for exchanges. And next question. The knowledge holders gathering is a key event. And we also see gaps in regional work at local level due to present geopolitical situation, and every region has to have a coordinator, and youth must take part in these processes, working with UN agencies, interacting with government. We see that some documents are created by the state without consultation with indigenous peoples, and also industrial companies do not interact often with indigenous peoples without considering their opinion. It includes Nornickel company. Also about strategic planning. There is no real implementation of UN documents at the regional level. It was the answer for the second question. Collective approach, regional engagement. We see that we need to have a bi-regional meeting with Asia, and also in this situation we need to have online webinars which will broaden our engagement with indigenous peoples. And seventh generation roundtable, the nomadic schools which we have in our region, and different events connected with it, and the activity of nomadic communities provides the preservation of ancestral knowledge and other important elements. Also, we have a custom when a hunter comes to his community with a deer, and he distributes pieces of this deer to every member of the community to support everyone. I think I will stop here. Thank you. Thank you for the invitations and for this possibility to create jointly one more document which will provide support for our peoples.
Thank you for your report back and for so clearly sharing many of the recommendations that came out of your group, and for keeping time. Really appreciate it. Who would like to go next? Looking for those who have been selected by their group to report back. Okay, Rafiq.
Thank you, Co-Chair. To switch to French, please. On est on était un petit groupe, plus qu'une personne.
We're losing the gentleman. I'm afraid I have no sound so far. No sound from my end.
It's okay. Allô, allô.
Hello.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, so yeah, okay. Someone speak in Arabic to me. I don't know. She's a Tunisian. Okay, okay. Yeah, comme quoi les Tunisiens sont partout, hein, comme les
So that is to say that Tunisian people are everywhere. I just happen to be Tunisian, so just telling him that you can hear him. So I would like to thank my colleagues because he's the one who had encouraged me, and he did say that we need to do something indeed, meaning that we were rather on a philosophical mode, meaning that we wanted to change indeed the question and the replies very much as if we were at school or at a college. We have taken into account the three how to formulate the three collective approaches. And therefore, we are going to provide you with some ideas from our own end that can be debated probably later on if we have enough time, of course. And you agree, probably we could also dedicate 10 minutes in order to talk about them deeply. Now, what we had noticed so far is that the debates are very often not related to climatic change, indeed, and I do understand this. Why? Because there are plenty of other elements in life rather than to take care only of climatic change. The climatic change have emerged to make the situation even heavier in somehow, and therefore we had indeed noticed that the participation does not seem to be enough from the local community. And since we happen to be moderators or facilitators, we also, the decision of CP26 of the COP encourage us to work together, to work in a very collective manner, in a very harmonized manner indeed. And we did say that this point needs to be highlighted so that all groups will work collectively and together. The third element that I would like to highlight is that the governmental representatives are not very active in the platform. The platform is for everybody indeed. And therefore, even a representative of the government, it's very important that they would be with us, that would react on whatever we said, why we can, and if you are making some complaints, the government needs to come up with some solutions, but not the group, indeed. The fourth point would be to create a type of synergy between the ancestral knowledge as well as the modern science, indeed. And the biggest example that I can provide you with would be agriculture as well as medicine, indeed. And there are several researches which are being developed based on ancestral techniques nowadays to improve communication among the different groups, the government, as well as the secretariat. And in this way, we would suggest for 27 to develop a plan of communication as well as of sensitizations. We are also requesting a better organization of the groups, mainly in developing countries, with a type of much more balanced representations among the different regions. to multiply the workshops. That is a very important idea, very important initiative indeed, with the participation of the different representatives of indigenous people, the local community, as well as governmental representation. So in order to create a type of synergy among the groups as well as the government, there again, this is very substantial indeed. We cannot type of leave behind the whole group. What about the main themes or the main thematic? We have chosen or selected two main attenuation of the climatic change by the conservation restoration of the ecosystem, which is very important for us because you are the one who are keeping an eye on the ecosystem and you are the guardians of the ecosystem in this globe, in this planet. Sharing of the success story, of the knowledge through the different bridges of the and the UN organization. And here I would like to state that the very last portal which had been created by the Secretary upon the request of the agricultural group was the portal, and this was created about 1 year ago, and everybody could submit his own ideas, his own kind of complaints in this type of portal. I'm fully aware as well that it is indeed Sharm el-Sheikh as well joint working on climate actions on agriculture. This is a very important portal, indeed, very much as the other one. And thank you very much indeed for your kind attention.
Thank you for your report, Rafiq. Could we hear from the next group? Ricardo.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in Spanish, so I give you a few seconds. Bien. Yo fui el encomendado para hablar por
Well, I have been chosen to report on behalf of the Spanish speaking group. I would like to thank every one of the participants. We were around 30 people that engaged in fruitful and productive discussion. And for collective approaches 1, 2, and 3, we have the same thing. For collective approach number 1, we discussed the importance of recovering the lessons learned in previous years in order not to repeat the same experiences year after year. We also discussed that there will be an open and transparent call in order to make sure that all voices are heard. And we also want to secure more visibility for the meeting. There are a lot of information gaps in every one of our regions and our organizations, and we discussed how important it is to strengthen the transparency of the delegate appointment process in order to guarantee their legitimacy. We need to keep on improving the selection criteria, always choosing wise women and men. One of the most important reflections is that the outcomes of this discussion must be in line with the different themes. We apologize from the Spanish booth. We seem to have lost sound. It's back. Adaptation and sustainable development. We also mentioned that in the LCIPP website, there is a series of gaps, and we should work towards the creation of an effective repository of indigenous wisdom globally accessible through the platform. And we also mentioned that the previous plan was focused more on mitigation and adaptation, and it compiled a series of good practices from the territories. In that regard, we believe it important to recover that previous experience and to foster direct engagement of community representatives. Furthermore, we would like to urge the Secretariat to further facilitate the exchange of information, particularly considering linguistic barriers that may hinder access and communication. Because right now, most of the content is available only in English. In terms of collective approach number 2, we would like to underscore how important it is to strengthen the presence of the communities in this COP dialogue forum. We also touched upon the bi-regional dialogue and the need for a strong connection between what's being discussed here and everything relevant that is going on with the SABSTA, with the COP proper, so that we can have true advocacy in public policy making. We also noted that there is a series of regional initiatives already in progress, and they may not be adequately mapped. So we need to be aware of all the work going on in the region in order to be able to strengthen it. We would also like to underscore that no sufficient information has been disseminated on the outcomes and deliverables of the platform. And we need a broader communication strategy that may serve to show the regional work and the impact it has on the whole globe. We also consider it worth noting among general comments that focal points need to engage directly with indigenous territories, guaranteeing consistent and permanent communication, because this will allow a more legitimate and effective representation of those territories. Along those lines, it is also worth noting that in the context of Colombia, the parties reported that the party had met all the necessary requirements to host the regional meeting, which was an outstanding issue. And we therefore request the Secretariat to report on the current status or the reasons why that bi-regional meeting has not yet taken place in Colombia. Finally, and trust me, I'm trying to summarize the many topics we discussed. In terms of collective approach number 3, we highlighted a couple of experiences, such as living forest or selva viviente, as a very valuable contribution for the region. In connection with this approach, this concept is defined as an element that belongs to all people, as a life alternative for the whole world, and a connection between all communities. We underscore the importance of the platform strengthening the training of the youth, preparing them for firm, continuous, and effective presence in these spaces, empowering them at all times. We also discussed the importance of training, and we mentioned several initiatives and different ways of engagement, such as the Community Forestry School. We also pointed out that knowledge only makes sense if it translates into an effective political presence, so that the youth can actually have a presence and connection with the platform and the caucus. I think I went over the time allotted to me, so I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo. We have a next report back.
Okay. Can we? There we go. I was listening to myself talk into the headphones. Then everyone, before we get started, I just want to do a quick land acknowledgement as well and thank the people of Belém and the traditional lands that are holding us here in the space. It's really an honor to be here today. And I just want to uplift all of you that have traveled across the lands and over the ocean and through the rivers and over the hills to get here. So today, in an English-speaking group, we talked on the first part. The key messages were ethical protocol ensuring that knowledge keepers know where their knowledge is going and how it's being used, not just putting it in a report somewhere to stack in a pile, but also putting that into action. Knowledge sharing and transparency, echoing back to the ethical protocol, understanding where our knowledge is going and wanting to ensure it is being used for intention. At the same time, how do we ensure that that knowledge is being shared back into communities? So not just here in these spaces, but also back home, where these voices are being brought back into these spaces. Trying to get more active party participation. Early planning plays a big role in both preparation for effective knowledge holders and party participation. So ensuring that we're not just cross-collaborating, but we're also collaborating and actually having these conversations. A youth roundtable has always been a high point, but it seems to be a place where states actually engage in dialogue. So we need youth to be proactively involved and have that reciprocity with them. And then future areas of work, sovereignty, self-determination, and self-government, and climate change. The CBDI has identified indicators for traditional knowledge as to if it's protected land tenure, languages, and traditional occupations. Can we build upon these indicators in this space? And it's important to have women and girls, they are first on the front lines, and addressing the impacts plus the changes from AI and data sovereignty and knowledge as property. On the collective approach number 2, we talked about many regional gatherings have yet to happen. So we need to push for that as well, to be inclusive of all 7 regions and to highlight them through this process. Do some strategizing on what we want out of the space. How do we strike a balance? If we are simply the process, what do we lose? If we formalize the process, what do we gain? And if we're looking to influence the parties or UNFCCC process, what do we want as an outcome document? So to ensure the protocols we have from back home that are also brought into these spaces. So we need elements of reciprocity from the UNFCCC. Protocols, traditional protocols oftentimes don't align with Western ideologies. So we're needing to be able to have an understanding when it comes to having these conversations. Governments have to be equipped with the knowledge of the working group in the LCIPP is, and also stories we can bring into these spaces that will actually turn heads and captivate minds to be able to produce an outcome that is equitable for us all. And where are all the channels we can tap into that can turn heads, that can make them come into this space, where we can have these active story sharing conversations and bring people from homes here into the space with their voices through that storytelling. And that it could showcase the good work that Indigenous peoples and local communities are collaborating together to do. And then with the third one, the collective approach number 3, we talked about AI is already here and it's inevitable to stay. But we must question how the data is produced and how youth can lead data sovereignty protocols. How do we create spaces for youth to represent themselves in this without taking them away and separating them and then bringing in, how are we being all inclusive instead of putting them at the back burner? Defining the youth and including their knowledge without having to validate it from other folks in the room, just accepting what they have to say. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks, everybody.
muito importante e caloroso. A tradução tá ok?
We had a very important and very heated debate. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. We had a very important debate in the Portuguese-speaking group, and we had some points that were raised that were very important. The first point was in regards to the guarantee of the Portuguese translation, since we have a delegation that is quite numerous in this and also other events, and the methodology of the activities is also important to be appropriate to reach all the parties. Thank you. And to better outline the topics for a more effective discussion, where we are also able to prepare recommendations for the Secretariat about the discussions. There's also a demand for the recognition of Quilombo or Maroon communities in the platform, and to improve the access to subsidies in the discussion, especially for those that are new at the discussions. Many times they don't understand the procedures within the platform. And also it's difficult for them to contribute to the process. Also very difficult for the knowledge guardians, especially the older ones, to be present in the meetings in Collective Approach 1. It's very difficult to bring these people that are at their homes and at their village there to access it and to bring their knowledge. So we have to spread more knowledge about these processes to have access to these spaces. And it's also very important to guarantee to the indigenous peoples and traditional communities the registry of the journey of COP, of what has been discussed in the last meetings about the platform, what the plans are that were made, so that we can understand on what has been progressed upon and how we can help. In regards to Collective Approach 2, the relationship between Brazilians and the FWG members in our region has to be improved so that we might have a rapprochement with our representatives so that we can help to improve this flow of information. Also, to guarantee that the regional meeting of Latin America and the Caribbean takes place, to reflect the diversity of the peoples, since this hasn't happened for a long time. So there is a difficulty due to our regions. We have a difficulty of financing these meetings, and we have to think of alternatives such as virtual meetings to facilitate this rapprochement, to improve the exchange between the sociocultural regions, including thinking of creating meetings within the territories. We have to use a humanitarian methodology in the bi-regional and the regions, the global regions of the UN. We have to understand what is said in the meetings about us so that we can understand the processes. In Brazil, we have the challenge of internalizing the discussions about the platform into each region in our country. This is very important. How to get out of the platform and implement this in our country. In regards to Collective Approach 3, it's still very difficult to guarantee that the knowledge holders, especially the older ones, are present in the meetings. We brought this point up twice. We have to continue discussing knowledge and wisdom on the same level as science, and not for it to be seen only as knowledge with less importance, because it's very easy to use terms that diminish our knowledge compared to science. Our knowledge is science as well. The indication of people that are knowledge holders has to be more transparent, since there is a norm that has to be followed for the nomination process. to strengthen the participation and facilitate the participation of many people. FWG should better understand the indigenous NDC in Brazil and evaluate how the path to measure how this traditional knowledge is being conveyed is influencing the climate actions and processes, and the participation in the ethical engagement traditional protocol in regards to logistics. In regards to the indigenous NDC, just to clear things up, Brazil has an initiative through the indigenous peoples where we measure how traditional knowledge of the indigenous peoples is influencing the combat against climate change. And this is a proposal that we are bringing so that at some point within FWG, we could propose this NDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that thorough and comprehensive report back. I believe we have one more group. Yes, the second English group.
Yes, thank you. Just to be sure, we did have our pastoralist brother from local communities who wanted to give the report back, but I cannot see if you are in the room. I do not think so, so I will go ahead and do that. First, I just wanted to acknowledge that we had a very good and interesting group of contributors today. It was a mix of indigenous peoples and local communities, and many of those who are sitting with us, this is their first time engaging with the LCIPP and with the COP, and that was, I think, a very special conversation that we were having in that regards. We had new contributors, both indigenous peoples and also those who are participating under the UN Voluntary Fund for Indigenous Peoples program, and as well as new contributors from local communities. So I think we had really good discussion. In terms of the CA1, we had actually a large number of suggested themes that could be advanced. This included emergency preparatory planning, and this is to engage with indigenous peoples and local communities and their knowledge holders on how to plan for natural disasters, climate change related events, and other kinds of emergencies. The second was long discussion on mobility. So this includes including importantly pastoralist communities, but there are many other kinds of indigenous peoples and local communities practices that are under and included in this concept of mobility, and this is addressed under the conventions. There was additionally a suggested theme around migration, conflict, and displacement, which is also, of course, related to the mobility issue, but can also focus further on how indigenous peoples and local communities who have been displaced from their lands are also losing access to their knowledge, for example, and other kinds of important relationships that are related to that land tenure. There was also the suggested topic around data sovereignty, both for indigenous knowledge and for local knowledge, and having a plan put in place for how we are engaging with these knowledges, especially under the UN context. There was also the theme of traditional livelihoods and recognizing that there are livelihoods connected to the seas, there are livelihoods that are connected, for example, to pastoralism, to hunting, to fishing, other kinds of things that could be uniquely explored. There was two pieces that were on coherence. The first was the interconnectedness of biodiversity, climate change, and development. So this year we are doing climate change and biodiversity, but it was raised that development is also under recognized component of the conversations that we are having as indigenous peoples and local communities. The second is related to chemical pollution, and especially in the context of agricultural and aquaculture related pollution, that we should be having this conversation also as local communities and indigenous peoples. And I have additionally written this as coherence with other UN bodies like the UN Persistent Organic Pollutants, the Minamata Convention, and Plastics Treaty. So there are other things that there's good coherence with that we could draw on. We also talked about capacity building for youth and their knowledge, especially in the context of displacement, loss of land, and land tenure. And the last that was raised, importantly,
is food security, which is not a topic of this year, but I think is of importance to all of us. On the CA2 for regional engagements, we did talk about both past and possibly future regional engagements. One region shared that their preference is actually for regional gatherings rather than bi-regional gatherings, just from their experience of the complications in the logistics and maximizing what you can get out of the conversation. Another contributor shared that having face-to-face meetings is much better than meeting online, even though meeting online has been very accessible for a lot of people. Face-to-face is always a better conversation. We also discussed the importance of encouraging national level gatherings, so that LCIPP would be more effective if we also had national mechanisms to provide into this body, also noting though and recognizing that the LCIPP funding doesn't cover national level engagements. Another contributor mentioned that there are large regional events like the Africa Biodiversity Summit in Botswana, which could be spaces where LCIPP could explore having knowledge holders that would also, of course, then have access to state parties in a unique way outside of these official UN spaces. There was also raised the need for more support from the bottom up. So we have a lot of these top-down approaches, but we need to be sure to be supporting from the bottom up. And that we need to clarify pathways for bringing knowledge to the table from the local level up, and that we need to determine how that knowledge is consumed and how we are reporting back to the communities on what is being shared from what they have contributed. Additionally, it's important for us to make impact with the parties, so we need to figure out how we can bring knowledge into the national level, to the regional policies, and then up into the COP. And then I'll just switch very quickly to the 7th Generation Roundtable. We of course discussed that intergenerational exchange is very important, and specifically that we need to include youth, women, and elders, even if this is done at the national and regional levels, just because we need to ensure that especially women and youth are included, because often our knowledge holder activity, but in general for indigenous peoples and local communities, has often been focused on elders. And lastly, there is a big gap between youth and elders on traditional knowledge in some places, and that, again, this is connected to the loss of land. And this is something that we need solution sharing for, what people are doing for capacity building for youth and elders in these situations. That's all, thanks.
Okay, at this time, because we are going like way over the time that we set for this, I'd like to open up for brief comments from the FWG members, especially the co-leads on Collective Approach 1, 2, and 3. And because it's come up in so many of the report backs, about any recommendations or ways to incorporate the feedback from the groups in the implementations of the collective approaches that were covered in the small group discussions. I know that it's been named several times that people want to know what's happening with this information and how can it be effective. Victoria?
My comment wasn't quite related to that, but I did just want to acknowledge that in our group I was especially happy and thankful that there were so many new contributors, because some of the topics that were put on the table for possible themes are actually ones that I have not seen actively explored under the LCIPP before. And I think that having that, that added lens will be really interesting as we develop the topics for both the annual theme for LCIPP next year, as well as the topics that we will organize around for the annual gatherings next year.
Any other feedback from our members about how to incorporate the recommendations from the small groups?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for those who have reported on the result of small group discussions. Some suggestions are very, very urgent, I think. However, we have them already addressed, and I mean some things that are connected with capacity building. I mean that this topic when the people should be prepared for the participation in COP. And as one of colleague of Collective Approach 1, so we made at least 2 briefings, which includes all the information about processes, how it works. Also, there was a lot of other workshops, and in particular, in October, we had a workshop on Article 6.4. It was really very rich workshop that was organized by subsidiary, by body with each responsible for the Article 6. And we kindly ask you to check the web portal of the platform, because there in the page with information about the events, incoming and the past, you can see the invitation to participate, to build the capacity. And also the past events, which can help you with some documents, presentations, etc. And if you do like this very small steps, it will really help to be prepared for the meaningful participation in COP. Whatever, 31. And thank you for raising this question, because capacity building is one of the functions of this platform. Thank you.
Ricardo?
Gracias.
Thank you. Briefly, I want to share a series of general reflections from a much broader discussion, and I integrated them and sent a complete summary that captures the voice of the entire group, and including some things that, as Rafik mentioned, came out from questions that needed to be discussed, and including some key topics such as the need for aligning the discussions with relevant points, such as the carbon credit mechanisms set forth in Article 6.4 or Section 6.8, with deals of non-market approaches and their articulation with national adaptation plans or nationally determined contributions. So it was this is a very general summary, but we share the whole sense of it in the report.
Okay, the final translation stopped. I need to remind ourselves to wait before we start the next statement to make sure all of the interpretations are done. This is to ensure that everyone's getting all the information that they need. And I want to build off the recommendation by Ricardo before we move on from this. I do think that that is something that FWG members can commit to, is in your small groups and in the languages, to be able to summarize and pull out all the recommendations and new questions that can help guide our future work, and ensure that we share that with each other, because so much rich recommendations and wisdom were shared in these small groups, and I think that's something we can do, right? Excellent. With that said, as we think about how to improve these processes, we're going to go into another exercise, just the same as we did this morning, but this time covering item 5D, collective action 4, collaboration with constituted bodies and work streams of the UNFCCC. And we will first start giving a little bit of background, because yesterday we heard background to a lot of these conversations. But the Secretariat will provide a brief overview of the Baku Work Plan's Collective Approach 4. And then we will move on to discuss strategic collaborations within and beyond the UNFCCC, which will include some information and some presentations from some speakers. But for now, I invite the Secretariat to talk about Collective Approach 4. Sorry, we made an agenda change. So we're going to move that to tomorrow so that we can jump straight into item 4A, which is on strategic collaborations within and beyond the UNFCCC. And so for this, so for this, just to ground us in a little bit of context, the LCIPP was established to enhance the engagement of Indigenous peoples and local communities in the UNFCCC process. And as you heard from the small group report backs, we are still trying to figure out ways to do that in a more effective and meaningful manner. And we're still getting recommendations from those who have been engaged in the process and those new to the process on how to continue to improve our ability to do that. COP24 established the FWG to facilitate the implementation of LCIPP's functions and encouraged it to collaborate with other bodies under and outside the convention. And this is part of Decision 2, CP24, paragraph 20. And you also heard some suggestions and recommendations from the report backs of what bodies and what other mechanisms there could be that collaboration with. So accordingly, the FWG includes a standing agenda item in our biannual meetings to engage with key bodies and processes. And we put those invitations out to have representatives come and present to the participants here and to the FWG. For our 14th meeting here in Belém, the FWG has invited relevant experts to share insights and participate in interactive dialogue with the LCIPP community on the final list of potential indicators developed under the United Arab Emirates Belém Work Program on Indicators, taking into account the diverse worldviews and values of Indigenous peoples and place-based knowledge systems of local communities, and work under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program. We also invited representatives from the following bodies and work programs under the UNFCCC process to share opportunities for collaboration in viewing and understanding relevant concepts. For example, cultural heritage, knowledge systems, stewardship with nature, just transition, and so on, through the lens of diverse worldviews and values for the well-being of present and future generations. And so towards this end, we invited a couple of speakers to present here today. We will be first hearing a recorded message from the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program, Damon Jones, who is the manager of the Programs Coordination Unit of the UNFCCC Secretariat. After that, we will be joined virtually by Johanna Naula from the Global Goal on Adaptation, who is the technical expert on cultural heritage, on the cultural heritage target for the Global Goal on Adaptation. And so let's hear first the recorded message from Mr. Damon Jones.
Hello. Thanks very much for the opportunity of being with you at the 14th meeting of the Facilitative Working Group. Thanks very much for the opportunity of being with you at the 14th meeting of the Facilitative Working Group. My name is Daniel Jones. I'm the Manager of Programs Coordination at the UNFCCC Secretariat and also the lead on the UAE Just Transition. Before I get on to the engagement opportunities, just to recap the mandates and activities for the Just Transition Work Program. As you can see here on the slide, the work program was established in 2022 and further operationalised in 2023. And the principal activities that happen under it, intersessionally and during the sessions, are 2 dialogues each year and also a high-level ministerial roundtable on just transition, which happens at COP each year. There have been 4 dialogues to date, and the 3rd high-level ministerial will happen at COP 30 on the 18th of November. The activities under the work program are under the guidance of the chairs of the subsidiary bodies and as a process of submissions and further engagement, informal consultations with the delegation and the SP chairs. To select topics each year, and they inform the dialogues that happen. In terms of the 4 dialogues that happened under the work program so far, you can see there on the slide there have been 4, 2 2024 and 2 this year. I'll focus on the ones this year and in particular in relation to some of the engagement that happened in the context of issues and priorities for Indigenous peoples and communities and the opportunities for that to come through in the dialogues and really enrich the discussions on many levels. And so the 3rd dialogue in May, Panama, was focused on adaptation and climate resilience in the context of just transition. And in this dialogue there was opportunity for, there was a subtopic that was specifically around peoples and communities, and part of that was looking at traditional knowledge and Indigenous people knowledge and local knowledge systems. And under that topic, as well as elsewhere through dialogue, there was quite considerable engagement from the constituencies and also from parties in relation to those issues. I encourage everyone to look at the informal summary of the 3rd dialogue, which there's a link to down the slide, and that contains all the references that captures the discussion that happened.
Okay, can we stop the presentation, please? Can we stop the presentation, please? That's creepy. We need to figure something out because it's not helpful if you can't hear and follow along. And if the interpreters can't interpret. And so maybe while you work out, can you work out the tech problems while we hear from our virtual presenter? Is that possible? Okay, let's move on to our next presenter. I want to be very mindful that Johanna is graciously joining us when it's 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. back where she's located. And so let's go ahead and give the floor over to our virtual presenter, Johanna Naula, on the global goal on adaptation. Okay, I understand she's online, but we also have a recorded message. So we're gonna give this another shot. And if it doesn't work, then we'll ask her to just join.
Hello, can you hear me?
Johanna, can you put into the chat or use the Zoom features to let us know if you can hear us and if you can speak? We understand we can see that your video is on.
Can you hear me?
Joanna, can you try speaking again?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, it seems we can hear her through the headphones. Yes?
Yeah.
Joanna, you want to go ahead and proceed?
Yeah, sure. Hang on. Okay. Do you have the slides? Apparently, I'm not able to share my screen.
She's asking to either have the ability to share her screen or for us to pull up the slides.
Apology. Just
No problem. We always start to say tech is inevitable, but we are always having problems with technology.
Can you see my slides?
We can't see your slides yet. They are working on it. 1 second. As long as the interpretation, yes.
While we wait, just a little reflection from our discussion that we had also, and that I probably would like to bring up. And I see it's important that we organizing ourselves and how we're working together as indigenous people, local communities. But an important aspect that's been raised so far is how to engage parties. And now we have some party members sitting here, and we can see now that local communities and indigenous people coming together. We really need a push for parties' participation in this platform as well. Because at the end of it, when it comes to review, it's the parties that review. So we have to strategize as indigenous people and local communities, this platform, how to engage more of our parties, and it's up to also party representatives. And I think something we could work on in this COP, and I think the party members that are here on behalf of their country, and we hope to have more of this engagement with them. And I think our presentation is now ready.
Thank you. Johanna, you have the floor now.
Perfect. All right. Thanks so much. And thanks so much for bearing with the technical issues. So thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to the Facilitative Working Group on local communities and Indigenous peoples. So I'm an associate professor here in Australia and one of the technical experts who work on the GGA. So today I just wanted to briefly talk to you about the process, how the indicators have been developed. They'll be negotiated and discussed at this COP, and what are some of the opportunities in this process. So hopefully it's so as you know, the global goal is the global goal for all. So it is really a global shared ambition for global resilience and adaptation. I think what's important to remember that it's not just about undoing harm from climate change.
It's not just about undoing harm from climate change. Not just about undoing harm from climate change.
We'll just listen from our headphones. We'll just listen from our headphones. Sorry, Johanna. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. So not just undoing harm from climate change or returning to status quo, but really having an opportunity to rethink what does a globally resilient and adapted world look like, and how we can make that vision come to life for all. So the three key components of the GGA are reducing vulnerability, enhancing resilience, and increasing adaptive capacity. Those are the ones that underpin the goal and the indicators and the targets that we have. So we have 4 dimensional targets that are set in line with the iterative adaptation process or adaptation policy cycle. So assessing impacts, vulnerability, risk, and resilience, planning for adaptation, implementing adaptation, and monitoring, evaluating adaptation. And then we have the 7 thematic targets. So these are the 2030 and beyond targets that the parties have agreed to. So we have one for water, then we have food and agriculture, ecosystems, or health, ecosystems and biodiversity, infrastructure and human settlements, poverty eradication livelihoods, and then we had the last one where I have mostly worked with is the cultural heritage. And I just wanted to bring your attention to that target because it is the only target of the 11 that actually explicitly recognizes Indigenous people's knowledge and local knowledge systems. So the way that the process has unfolded, last June, 78 experts were chosen through a rigorous global process, and parties and organizations had the chance to submit their ideas what would be good indicators to track the measure of progress for the global goal. So there were over 9,000 submissions, so there were quite many ideas. There were quite many duplicates. I think in the end we had around 7,000 indicators to go through. And so the 78 experts have been working, reducing that list. So we've reduced that in May. That was submitted before the SBs to 490. And after SBs, we delivered a final list of potential indicators as was mandated. So parties have had time to reflect over those indicators and have been sharing some of the concerns. For instance, if they feel there's particular indicators that are still missing or something's not represented the way that they wanted. I think one of the key issues has been adaptation relevance. So how relevant is the indicator to actually measure the progress on adaptation? And so that has been kind of the key guiding principle in that process. So there are lots of indicators from other conventions, from SDGs and UNDRR that we have looked at, but it always comes back to, well, is this relevant for adaptation progress in particular? So there will be negotiation sessions on the GGA indicator work program at this COP. So that's definitely an opportunity to engage in that process and discussions. So this is not a comprehensive list, but just some examples of the types of factors and components that we did look at. So we looked at enabling conditions, types of indicators. So there's qualitative and quantitative indicators, bearing in mind inclusivity, baselines, aggregation and disaggregation, different types of methods, how to choose indicators, thinking about data availability as well. And as per the Paris Agreement, we also considered diverse knowledges in that process. But what was really important as well was to remember that the GGA is a forward-looking goal. So it looks at 2030 and beyond. So it's not just about measuring the past, but really measuring the gap where we are today and where we would like to arrive in the future. And that the GGA is for all, so the indicators do need to be applicable to all the countries, and also bearing in mind the marginalized groups and how they might be represented in the indicators. So as I said, there were 100 indicators that were submitted, but I wanted to bring your attention to 4 indicators in particular. So out of those 100, there's only 4 indicators that explicitly recognize Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous peoples. So those 3 of those are actually in the cultural heritage group. So 9G06, which looks at adaptation training programs that integrate cultural heritage and their guidance from traditional, local, and Indigenous knowledge. 9G07, which is the cultural-specific climate adaptation measures that are engaged with and informed by local or Indigenous peoples and their knowledge systems, and 9G08, which relates to cultural heritage buildings and sites, retrofitting with climate-resilient materials and technologies, and that includes those guided by traditional, local, Indigenous building practices. And then we have 1 indicator from the current list in adaptation planning, so that's 10B05. That's proportion of national adaptation plans, policy instruments, and planning processes that have been, again, informed by traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples and local knowledge systems. Why I wanted to show you these indicators is to illustrate that there hasn't been out of the 100 indicators, there are mentions of Indigenous peoples in the other indicators in disaggregation. So for instance, as a particular group to be considered for that indicator. I think we need so much more representation of Indigenous peoples across these indicators. And part of the reason is likely that there were not that many Indigenous experts who were selected to these groups. But the GGA should have Indigenous worldviews underpinning and values underpinning how we think about the global vision and are going to measure progress as well. The 11 targets for the GGA really represent the landing zone. So what is the future that we want to see globally? And they are absolute. So it is about full resilience in the future. It's not about partial measures that kind of just are business as usual and keep us going. And that has a really, really direct link for Indigenous people's worldviews and values as well. You live with absolute harmony with nature. And for you, that is effortless. It's something that you don't even think about because it's just the way that you see the world. And I think for the global indicators, that's something that I feel like we are currently not representing well, but something that we absolutely need to consider. So I see this COP30 and these negotiations under the global goal as a unique opportunity to actually reframe adaptation. And you have the unique opportunity in Belém engaging with the parties and having discussion. How do we actually course correct? How do we move from extractive ways of thinking, the extractive systems that we have put in place, and actually have a shift in mindset towards regenerative being that looks at intergenerational well-being, but also environmental stewardship, that we are looking after ourselves and then the environment. So those are the few brief notes that I wanted to show you about the indicator process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johanna, and thank you for working with us through our technical difficulties, even though it is very early for you. You do not look tired, so we appreciate you joining us bright-eyed. Are there any reflections from the members? Are some recommendations for also including the Just Transition presentation in some way into the work?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Johanna, thank you very much for giving us this guidance, overview, and presentations. Thanks. And regarding the presentation about Just Transition Program, I would like to make kind remind that on the next week, on 11th, we will have annual gathering of knowledge holder, which includes 4 sharing circles, and one of them is about holistic transition, and we may, if you not object, include this record, or maybe the presenter will make this live, this presentation about Just Transition Program.
Any other reflections and discussions? I appreciate, Johanna, the way that you brought out the specific indicators that mention Indigenous peoples. I think those give us good food for thought, as was one of the recommendations from some of the small groups, was to figure out ways to look at these types of efforts across different platforms to see how we could build off of those or engage with the development of those so that there's consistent language across the board. I know that part of those recommendations will be aimed to using clear language and terminology that safeguards the rights and the ways that these knowledge systems and practices are defined by Indigenous peoples and how they are also defined by local communities. And so I see a lot of opportunity for bridging and bringing clarity across those platforms by working off of what has been presented here. And so I appreciate you taking the time to take those out of the 490, was that the number? 490 or the hundreds of indicators that have been discussed. Any other members like to offer reflections? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this useful presentation. As you may know, this global goal of adaptation is at a global level. How to deal with the local level, the downscaling from the global goal to the local goal. Is this our concern about local communities, indigenous people, small farmers, all of these people, especially to track finance? Thank you very much.
Any other reflections or questions? Viren?
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you, Joanna, for the thorough presentations. Good to unpack that, and that did that really well. So sorry if I'm a bit quiet. I just wanted to acknowledge the work that's been done on the indicators and the work of the Facilitative Working Group in reframing discussions about Indigenous peoples and local communities in the UNFCCC to be more about strengths-based and acknowledging Indigenous leadership in the fight against climate change, and just like looking at those indicators that aligns with the approach that we've been looking to have. So yeah, just wanted to say thank you and acknowledge that work.
Thank you to my fellow members for your reflections. We have time to hear one or two reflections from the floor. Based on the presentation, which is largely on the global goal on adaptation, are there any reflections or questions from participants? One, two, okay. Go ahead. You need to take the floor. Oh, there's a polite contest happening.
Okay. Voy a hacer bueno, primeramente mi nombre es Soneli Nadadiña. Mucho gusto, Joanna.
Foremost, my name is Oneli Naladinia. It was a pleasure to hear from you, Joanna. And I have several comments to make because there's a working group on adaptation. There's a team that has been conducting a review that has narrowed down those 490 to the 100 indicators that were chosen in Bonn at the meeting last month. And you selected four that make mention to traditional wisdom, and they are also focused on cultural legacy, cultural heritage. But in addition to those, there are some cross-sectional themes that I believe were also addressed in cross-sectional goal 10B, which is on planning and adaptation. So there's an important clarification to be made, because when you mention those 70 exports, there's always this mention to indigenous peoples and local communities. But in my view, that also affects us as indigenous peoples when we are mentioned in those 18 indicators, because 50% of those are joint references with local communities. Therefore, today, while governments continue to negotiate and talk, an important issue to be discussed is how to actually bring those principles to life through training with financing. And we need a clear and accurate language to make sure that experts understand that the language that they are using when developing the indicators have an impact on us as indigenous peoples. That is why we would like to be able to talk to the parties to build that connection so that they can actually hear the viewpoint of indigenous peoples. Because when we talk about traditional knowledge or traditional wisdom, we're talking about indigenous knowledge. So one of the questions is, uh, can we reach an understanding with the government parties and we as indigenous peoples in order to refine the language of those indicators? Because we believe that 99% of the technical work has already been done and there's only a 1% to go. But I wanted to highlight that that affects us as indigenous peoples, and we only have 1 week in order to improve and refine the language used. Thank you very much.
Sí, muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todas y todas. Soy Jorge Mario Rodríguez, soy viceministro de Ambiente de Costa Rica.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jorge Mario Rodriguez. I am the Deputy Minister of the Environment for Costa Rica. I would like to thank Joanna for her presentation. I believe that it brings out some very important issues that need to be addressed by us, hopefully a little bit faster in terms of what we've been doing so far with these indicators, and also in terms of the engagement of indigenous peoples and local communities. I would also like to respond to the comments of my previous colleague, and that is how careful we need to be when we're talking about indigenous peoples and local communities, because they may seem to be the same thing, but they are not. I believe that it's perfectly clear to us, and particularly in Costa Rica, to draw that distinction, because in some of our national territory there has been a coexistence of indigenous peoples and and African descent communities. But when we're talking about traditional knowledge, we need to be very careful, because that indigenous knowledge does not necessarily coincide or match the knowledge of those African descendants. And there's something that I've already brought up in several fora, and I've been discussing with different brothers and sisters yesterday and today. It is also important when we're talking about adaptation and the engagement and management of indigenous lands and local communities. There's something that often goes neglected, and that is how to strengthen governance of those territories and those local communities so that they can have greater advocacy at the global level. And this is something that we also mentioned in the Spanish-speaking small discussion group. All of the discussions that we have here are extremely important. But what's going to happen when the texts are negotiated for the convention? So we need to keep strong. We need to be wise and to come up with a firm proposal so that that traditional wisdom, that ancestral wisdom and knowledge is rightfully reflected and accepted at the international level, and to make sure that all leaders can sit at the negotiation table while discussing the text in the final drafting process at that fora. So on behalf of Costa Rica, we would like to thank Johanna for her presentation, and we would also like to share some of the experiences that we've conducted with indigenous peoples for consultation, because I believe that there have been very rigorous processes, and although they are not perfect, there's always room for improvement. We have a huge contribution to make in the discussions in terms of the experience we've gathered with the negotiations between the government, the indigenous peoples, and the local communities. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're a little over time to get another hand up. So Marco, if you could keep your comments short, we want to give
Ya
Johanna
estaríamos llegando al horario del receso,
go to break.
pero les pido por favor que nos den un comentario breve.
Thank you. I would like to react to the comments of the two previous speakers. As far as Brazil is concerned as a party, we have specific legislation for indigenous peoples and for other traditional communities, and they are certainly not identical. But I would like to make it very clear that we don't make any hierarchy. We don't think any group is more important or has more rights than another one. They're all Brazilian citizens, and they are all treated equally in that respect. I mean, there are qualitative differences, but not quantitative differences. So as far as the Brazilian government is concerned, we don't see any hierarchy between these several groups, and we would like to make it very clear here. Thank you.
Johanna, do you have any responses or reflections? Do you want to share?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for those reflections. And I fully agree, if this is an opportunity, since the indicator negotiations are going to happen in the next few weeks, I think it's a unique opportunity for those discussions, how we can enhance the visibility, in particular, of Indigenous peoples and local communities in this process as well. On responding on, so there's 100 indicators that were submitted, and there's quite many on finance as well. Obviously, there has been a lot of reflections from the parties, whether those indicators are good enough at this point to go forward. In terms of the local, like the local level and the GGA, so that's in the decision text and in the how the targets have been set. So there is a mention from driving climate action from local to global, and I think that has been a big discussion. How do we bring in the local level meaningfully, so that it's not just aggregation, but we can really, see the climate adaptation progress that's already being made at the local level, and that can strengthen global resilience. I think what's also really has been really important for us is to remember that it is the global goal. So it is embracing all types of communities and local level action in building that global vision for resilience and adaptation. So thanks for giving me the the opportunity to respond, and I hope all the best with your deliberations going forward.
Thank you so much, Johanna. Could we have a round of applause for our presentations, our presenters? Thank you for joining us. Now we will move into break. We went in a little bit over into our time, but this is a very fruitful discussion. I think you can see that this is the place to be inclusive and to bring in all the voices so that we can wrestle with some of these complications and find a pathway forward. The indicators one is one that keeps coming up, and I think it has been recognized that this is one of the areas where we can bridge the opportunities between finding what the proper terminology, language, and approaches are that ensure that all peoples are involved in a way that respects their rights and their distinct compositions. And I'm really excited for the ways that we can move forward from a lot of the important suggestions that were put forward here. I also want to thank you all for the small group sending in their notes and their templates. The only one we are missing is from Russia. So if you could send in your notes to the LCIPP email, we greatly appreciate that because we want to make sure we get all of your suggestions and recommendations. We will now go to break. We still want you to come back at 4 o'clock. Because we will introduce the next breakout, the instructions for the next breakout into small group discussions, and we want to make sure we give you plenty of time to have more constructive dialogue based on all of the information that was shared today. And so thank you all very much. Please help yourself to coffee and tea and snacks again in our snack room, and then return here at 4 o'clock.
Gracias. La compañera Dina el día de ayer extravió un termo de
Thank
color
you.
negro.
Dina, our colleague yesterday, lost a black thermos. If you see it, please contact Dina.
Please contact Dina. Thank you.
Have some coffee. You can fall asleep. Vodka. Vodka. Yeah. Vodka. What's happening with Lapa? I haven't seen him like it. He becoming big bottle of more duty, more work.
Could I get information for Johanna with her email?
Sound test. 1, 2. Sound test. Som.
Hello, relatives. Kindly return to the room. Checking interpretation, make sure it's back online.
What is it? You look ingenious, not indigenous. Yeah.
Oh, for the apartment? Oh, I haven't heard back about the cost. So I think it would be important to hear about the cost for the other flat. Let me see if Philip's on there.
You look like a attendant from Qatar. From Qatar? Qatar. No, Qatar things like that. They're doing this.
And this is from the room. It looks like very natural. And you know that Princess wears. We're missing Buren, Lena, and Benjamin. Asking our colleagues and participants to please come in. I see our co-chair going to go make sure everyone comes in. Yes, that stern Russian discipline. Is interpretation working okay? Are our interpreters back online in Spanish, in Russian, in Portuguese, in French? Yes, they're online? Okay. All right. I think my co-chair has done an excellent job in ushering more people back in. Oh, she was just drinking coffee. No. I don't want to lose too much time, although it will be up to you how long you want to go into the dinner or the end of the day, after the official end of the day in your small groups. Can we go to the slide for the small group discussions? And so again, for this last part of the day, we will be breaking up into groups for small group discussions. And of course, as a facilitative body, we are continuously open to suggestions for how to improve our processes. You're welcome to go back to the small groups that you were in before, or maybe if there are more facilitators, for example, in the English group, you can mix it up a little bit if you want. Or you can self-organize and select a moderator if that is how you wish to have this next discussion. But we will be discussing item 5A, B, and C, specifically deliverables on compilation of case stories. Can you go to the slide that actually talks about slide 47, please? That contextualizes this. Oh, maybe it's not the same as this. I'm looking for the contributions from LCIPP contributors feeds into the UNFCCC. There we go. Okay. Because several times the drafting of ethics protocol recommendations also came up. Again, this is a core part of the Baku work plan deliverables, along with recommendations to the community boards and work streams. And so I wanted to give a chance to the Secretariat to provide a brief overview. As we've heard, there are a lot of people here who are also new to these processes. So repetition may be beneficial. And we just want to make sure everyone is able to get into our small group discussions with the appropriate information for those discussions to be generative.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Hello, everyone. So you've seen this graph before, and it's actually, thanks to Madam Co-Chair, requested to have a graph that kind of shows where the discussions and the inputs goes. So what you see on the screen, the first row is the various engagement here, small group discussions, the community board, the collaboration space you see outside. And when you are providing inputs, one may wonder, where does this feed into? That's if you look at the second row, the Baku work plan deliverables, and there is a compilation of case stories, and there's a dedicated small group discussion that will happen right after this. The reason here is a couple-fold. One is Baku work plan, one of the consistent mandated deliverables across the collective approaches is case story compilations. You heard from the speakers before, Johanna on the GGA and David Jones, because of the tech challenges, we didn't see the video, but we will upload the video on the meeting page. And there are many COP and CMA decisions that talks about the values and worldviews of indigenous peoples, lived realities of local communities. Some of the members also mentioned before the non-market-based approach. Article 6.8 also speaks about COP decisions related to non-market-based approach, often speaks about Mother Earth-centric approaches. But what does that mean? And the indigenous peoples and local communities who are represented here, but who are joining also in other meetings of the mandated events of the LCIPP, collectively have the wisdom and the experiences. And so if you could share your stories, whether that's case stories, photos, videos, what does that do is that then feed into the relevant work across the UNFCCC. One concrete example is what the Robert shared earlier, the case story he shared in the NAP Expo context. That has also been spoken about in the context of the WIM-EXCOM non-economic losses. So the stories you share will then feed into the various work streams of the UNFCCC, and there are 16 constituted bodies and many more work streams that will benefit from this. But I also give you a concrete way why this is important and where does this feed into. The third role you see here is how this will feed into. One, if the FWG will be reviewed in 2027, and the FWG is mandated to report on its work. And if you look at the FWG report that came, the 2 report has already been submitted in previous years. And if you look at FWG 5 report or the FWG report that came out 2024, there's always an annex that compiles case stories that are shared throughout the work of the LCIPP. That is how one feeds into the process. The second one is, you see also in the last role, there's a global stocktake. And per CMA decision, the constituted bodies are invited to provide inputs to the global stocktake. And the FWG put forward a synthesis report as inputs to the first GST. And if you look at that report, in the annex, there's also a compilation of case stories. So engagement like this happening here, the small group discussion you're doing and the informal collaborative reflection space that is outside, all the inputs put there helps to feed into the process in the many ways that I mentioned. And I hope that gives you some clarity as where does all these different discussions feed into. With that, thank you, and I hand the mic back to Madam Cozier.
Thank you so much. Now, same rules as before for our small group discussions. Please stay in the parts of the theater that are designated for the FWG 14. You're free to join the groups of your choice or to self-organize. Please use the templates that are available to you for taking the notes and send them back in. We will spend the rest of our day to have these discussions. Are we going to come back here at all? All right. Okay, just wanted to make sure I was clear on the logistics. But we will be in our small groups for the rest of the day. So the meeting will be suspended. At 5 p.m., you are welcome to continue your small group discussions. Just make sure that your rapporteurs send in the notes to the LCIPP email by 8 p.m. tonight. So that we will be able to get the recommendations to the FWG members, and we'll be able to reflect on that in preparation for the day tomorrow. And we also want to remind you that the informal collaboration reflective space will be open from 5 to 5:45 for your continued involvement and participation in that. But during that time, we ask that you please keep this room empty because the FWG members will be having their member coordination meeting from 5 to 5:45 in this space. And so with that, please go to your groups, and we look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow, and hope that you also have some good generative discussions. And we will open up tomorrow with report backs, right? We'll open up tomorrow with report backs from your small groups. And that's where we want to hear from you, your key recommendations for us that we can use to continue to guide our work. Are there any questions? Concerns? Okay, great. Thank you all. So you can go to, don't clap and walk away. Let's go to our small groups and have our discussions, please.
Você vai onde?
Mais cedo, hein?
Pode. É até mais útil, multiplica, né?
É, mas eu...
Hi.
Good to see you as well, sorry. Mas eu acho que agora eu vou ficar no de inglês pra ver o que eles estão falando nos bastidores.
Muy bien.
Okay. Dear FWG members, dear participants, just kind remind that we have less than an hour for interpretations. I kindly ask you to take the seat and start coordination meeting. Distinguished participants, you are free to continue discussions in this rich space, but outside this room.
Say something. Yes, say something. Yeah.
Onel, you know the procedure.
Thank you, relatives, for a very generative and fruitful second day of the FWG. But I must kindly ask you, if you are not an FWG member, to please leave the theater so that we can do our member coordination meeting. Again, the informal collaborative space is ready for you if you would like to continue.